One of the finest sportsmen Scotland has ever produced. Walking out for the 30th time at the Masters. Still going strong. Remember, 4 times a champion of the world, the Wizard of Wishaw, John Higgins. And his opponent, a player right back to his best, winner of 5 titles in the last 2 years. This is his 16th successive Masters appearance, 6 years after he stormed to the title in 18. The pride of Northern Ireland, here comes Mark the Pistol Allen.
Mark, would you call it heads or tails? It's heads. John, your choice, who to break? Mark to break, okay.
Day 4 of the Masters, another packed house, the last day of the first round, and an eagerly awaited clash here between Mark Allen and John Higgins, meeting for the 6th time in this tournament alone. Allen has won 4 of the previous 5, but he hasn't won a match here in this event since becoming champion 6 years ago. He suffered 5 successive first-round defeats, 3 of them in deciders, 1 of them indeed to Higgins. Of course, he's been so consistent as a winner the last couple of years. This season already the champion of champions and the shootout. John Higgins has been getting close in that period. 4 semi-finals this season, yet to land a trophy though. 11-9 to Allen on the head-to-head. Feeling is it's going to be close, we'll see. But I know one thing, Dominic, we're all looking forward to it.
Yes, absolutely. Really am looking forward to this because Mark Allen and John Higgins both possess wonderful tactical games. I think the winner of this match will come down to who scores the best. Isn't that just typical after what I just said about the tactical game of both of these players? But it is so good. They could play each other into a little bit of a stalemate tactically. The colours could go awkward. All sorts of things could happen. But I'm with Alan in the studio that it could be difficult to pick a winner, but I might just hedge my bets and say Mark Allen in a very, very close match, 6-4, 6-5.
John Higgins setting a record, 30 successive appearances in the Masters. It's been a feast or famine event for him. He's won it twice and been in 5 finals. Most people would regard that as a fantastic record. He's also lost 14 times, Higgins, in round 1. And in fact, if he were to lose this match, that would be a record. He currently holds it with Dennis Taylor. He would have it on his own, not one you want. Oh, beautiful pot. Hang on, though.
Mark Allen, 4.
Well, the pot alone will give John Higgins a lot of confidence. Beautifully struck, but of course has no idea of the ball reaction of this cloth. That's something that could always happen with a shot like that. He'll get a better idea now as a result of that in-off. As the ball reaction he can expect. Wow, right in the middle of that pack of reds, there is a plant. And I must presume that Mark Allen can see it. And indeed he can, and in all honesty, there is a bit of a gap through those reds as well to take the cue ball back for blue or bolt colour.
Certainly Allen has every reason to be confident the run he's been on. I think he's got the right balance now as well in his game. He went a little bit maybe too sort of dogged towards the end of last season. You recall the semi-final in Sheffield with Selby. But this season, he's certainly gone back to attacking ways. He's got the other game as well. And he's got the taste for winning also. He was always a tournament winner, but it was kind of sporadic for a while. Now, you know, he is racking up multiple titles during the season, and that's what the great players do.
Mark Allen's trying to work out whether the black is on its spot or not. If he feels that it isn't on the spot and he's concerned that the red next to it doesn't pot, he may just have to leave an angle just to nudge that red away a little.
Four.
Oh, he's certainly done that. A top spin shot here, played delicately. Should leave that red on nicely.
Well, there's a lot of anticipation, of course, for this tournament, and these guys have had to be waiting while everyone else has been playing. So now this is his first good chance to score. He'll want to just settle into the match.
12.
It was a hard-fought win back in 2018 against Karen Wilson. That was a close final all the way, just pulled away at the end to win 10-7. We saw some footage earlier, the delight at landing such a coveted trophy. Won't be much delight there.
No, he didn't seem to get enough purchase on the cue ball there. I think he wanted to come the other side of the pink for a choice of red to this left corner. Just didn't get the reaction out the ball. Surely he can't pot that red. Well, yes he could. Hasn't finished well on the yellow. Now, a Judd Trump might consider blasting the yellow into the right centre and screwing in and out of bulk. I'm not sure whether Mark Allen will play that.
Mark Allen 18.
Sure, Higgins is rightly proud of this record. He's got 30 years in the tournament, but he wants to extend it. He's top 16 place. He's slightly under threat, really for the first time in his career, with points coming off, but he's in some of the big events coming up, so they can go back on. No ranking points here, of course. This is all prestige. Well, he knocked a good red in earlier. He was just unlucky, really, to going off the middle. In goes another one. Oh, it was close to the same pocket, but it's okay. What I've noticed with Higgins this season, he does seem to start a lot of matches well. But I think the issue has been in terms of sort of going all the way to tournaments, the inconsistency of performance. We saw at the UK Championship, I thought he played a really good first match in that one against Joe O'Connor, and then in the next round, Joey Long, he just didn't perform the same way.
I think John, by his own admission, would tell you that he perhaps doesn't clinch victory in vital matches, semi-finals and finals, quite as well as he once did. It's just something that will happen with age. And you realise you're running out of some of your best years. Winning titles just means more and more, and there's extra pressure put upon you because of that.
Yeah, exactly. And also I think now, because of that, the odd mistake he kind of dwells on. You know, if he misses one in the middle of a match, it can turn the match, whereas maybe that didn't used to happen.
Seven.
The black is on, hamper queuing, yes, but if he just drops this in, John, he should have a choice of reds to the right centre. So this black is all important. If anything, John just potted this black a little cleanly. It was heading initially towards the near jaw, and that's why the cue ball's just run on a few inches more than he wanted it to.
$15. 22. $23.
First Masters triumph in 1999. He was world champion at the time. He was UK champion. He was the best player in the world. Broken through before O'Sullivan and Williams in terms of winning the world title. And then 2006, last ever match at the Wembley Conference Centre. What a fitting send-off for the old venue.
30.
As he cleared up in extraordinary style to edge O'Sullivan on the black.
31.
It just shows how good Higgins is, though, that this is regarded as his bogey tournament, and he's won it twice.
Played 59 matches here in all at the Masters, won 32 of them, so just over half. Now, I don't quite know how John would view that as a win-loss percentage.
Yeah, the numbers, 43
39.
centuries, 145 his highest. 5 finals. I mean, I think most people, Dom, would take that, wouldn't they, as a pretty successful tournament record?
Well, I would. Yes, you're absolutely right. I mean, John Higgins, one of the game, still going strong. Still at or near his best, really. Oh, but that cannon's gone wrong. Caught the wrong side of the red. He's on nothing now.
46. John Higgins, 46.
Disappointed, but typically finishes it off with a good safety. 20 in front.
He may have been just a fraction fortunate there, John, because the red that he's put on the top cushion near that left corner is in the cue ball's way of a return to bulk. If Mark Allen wanted to attempt the pot on the red next to the pink, which ordinarily would have been a shot to nothing. It may not be now.
Packed house again, as it has been every session, as it will be every session. Seen a bit of a mix so far. Obviously, the maximum on Monday was a great highlight. The thrilling finish to Trump Wilson. It was a bit of a fight last night for Hawkins to see off Robertson.
We'll just have a look. Yeah.
Well, the referees have had the work cut out with all the flies and everything. We had a wasp last night that was very humanely dispatched, carried out in a glass after referee Rob Spencer managed to trap it.
They're probably suffocated to death. Well, this red just above the black may actually cut into the left corner. Well, you may see evidence of Mark Allen's ability at tactical play here. It's a great chance to get the cue ball near the brown. Well, the line was good, but he did just catch it on the thick side.
I think we're seeing already the sheer respect they have for one another. 20 meetings, 11-9 Allen, so very close. 5 in this tournament alone. Both fully aware of one another's abilities.
He's had a bit of result there, Mark Allen, because the blue is blocking off the left-hand red, the black the right-hand red, so John's going to have to be careful here. The reason for that error was that Mark Allen just didn't get enough backspin into the cue ball. It wore off before it struck the red. And to hit the red too thinly, and it cannoned into the brown.
One.
John's expression would suggest that he's landed a little straight on this black.
8.
Excellent red from John. He's just having a look to see if those remaining 2 reds are set for a plant. If they are, winning this frame from here shouldn't be difficult now.
$14.
In it goes, but he still needs this black in. He's 35 in front as it stands, with 35 on. Obviously, the black, though, it's 2 snookers needed. Nicely done. Middle of the pocket.
$22.
This first frame really, I think, could be a microcosm of the whole match. It's been high quality, it's been competitive, both players showing a lot of respect to each other. Higgins queuing nicely. 2
John Higgins,
snookers
22.
required by the Northern Irishman.
John can chip this red into the right corner. It's a thin cut, but one I feel he may attempt. It's a handy target to try and get the cue ball in behind the green, but he can't get there from here. Well, now another chance for John to finally clinch victory in this opening frame.
Yeah, I think we've seen here, he's such a good tactical player himself. It's very hard to boss the safety exchange against him, which of course you have to do if you're going to get snookers. Can he put the frame away here? Not yet.
Well, if Mark clips off the left-hand edge of the red, he could get the cue ball in behind the black. Well, that's what he tried, but much, much too thick. I wonder if Mark Allen might be tempted with what was an old Alex Higgins shot, trying to angle the cue ball in the jaws of the middle pocket here. That was a very good effort to get him behind the green. Unfortunate cannon from red to yellow wasn't advantageous.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, it's such a good safety player, Higgins. It's very hard to get one over on him in this scenario, and more likely than not, he'll put you in trouble, which is what's happened here.
If Mark Allen can come off the bulk cushion, though, and cannon the red full ball, he could easily snooker John behind the brown. Just depends how fully he can make contact with the red.
This is close. Second prize.
Oh, Mark Allen has a problem here. Hitting the red is straightforward, but the problem is he doesn't want the red to make contact with the green, because he could leave an easy pot on if it does.
Foul.
Well, that's all she wrote for this frame. Lean off, left the red on. So, an interesting start. You saw, as I say, the respect for one another, the sheer competitiveness between Mark Allen and John Higgins. We might see that the rest of the afternoon. Higgins, though, has taken the opening frame. At the age of 48, a veteran, but still at the top of the game. Still a man who's tough to beat on his day, and he's taken the opening frame here against Mark Allen.
Thank you. Second frame, John Higgins to break.
Well, a few who had to wait, of course, for the first frame to finish have now taken their seats. Don't want to miss any of the action. A lot of people have had these tickets literally for a year since they went on sale. The tickets for next year are going on sale at the weekend, so It's been a long wait. You're never quite sure who you're going to see, but I'm sure once the spectators found out they were watching this match, they were delighted.
Worth a go at the red. It was the only one he could have left. That's a tremendous shot from John Higgins. He's very unlucky that red's finished so near the left corner. Mark Allen will have to take it on. There's no safety back to bolt from where he is. Overcut, but he's found a bit of a gap there, rather fortuitously. Mark does have a chance of a red to the right corner, and he may be able to play for pink or black from it. It's worth just having a look to see if there's any likelihood of leaving John an easy opening if it doesn't go in. Oh, that's tremendous. That was a much more difficult pot than the one I was suggesting he took on. How beautifully he cued this.
Eight. Nine. Sixteen.
That wasn't the best positional shot, though, to the red, because he potted the black too cleanly. The white didn't just run on those extra few inches he needed.
Seventeen.
And there's the result. Cannon's not come off. No reaction from him, but he'd be annoyed for sure. When the reds were there, the black on its spot, it was a chance to put quite a substantial break together.
Around 17.
Sort of rather trudges back to his seat, doesn't he? I was thinking, actually, that we were talking about the Wembley Conference Centre. It's a long way back to your seat there. And indeed, from your seat to the table, a vast arena. Here it's a bit more intimate, as you can see, which brings its own pressure. The audience are very close to the players, very close to the action.
John's looking at this red that Mark Allen could have attempted a few shots ago.
Quite intense so far, isn't it? It's like we've sort of started almost at the end of the match. You would think it was sort of 4 each rather than 1-0. But I think a lot of that, well, A, it's the tournament itself, which is such a big one, but also, you know, so many meetings between them. Always seems to be kind of close when they play. Mark Allen was player of last season in the World Snooker Tour Awards. He's already won 2 events this season. 3 in the world, his highest ever position. And John Higgins, of course, has his great record as well, and his great aura as one of the best there's ever been.
John Higgins, of course, a former world #1, but hasn't achieved that lofty position for a dozen years or more.
Turn that off, please. It's quite a good shot there from Mark Allen. The cue ball's just a couple of inches from the baulk cushion
There's no easy return to bulk here for John Higgins because of that red near the green. Well, John may have snookered the red near the left centre, but the one to right corner will certainly interest Mark Allen. But needs a good positional shot, Dave.
Yeah, and also it's been nearly 6 minutes now since the ball was potted. It's got very kind of cagey, as I say. It's like the pressure on every shot. Of course, he was in earlier on, lost position. But as you say, if he can knock this in, get on a colour, then he's away again.
One.
Well, it's pretty good. So a chance for Mark Allen. Chance number 2 in the second frame for him.
Three. Four. Nine.
Play that nicely, has a choice of possible reds. Can also play for either pink or black here. Pink to the right centre would probably be my choice, because he can
10.
play for the red closest to it and then get onto the black.
He's always been sort of famed for his close cue ball control. That's why it was a surprise,
16.
I guess, early on in the frame when he lost position the way he did.
Seventeen.
Oh, wow. What a miss that is. Unexpected.
Mark Allen, 17.
Second chance, good chance in the frame, and then he misses that.
Yes, he left himself a little on this black than he wanted to have. And he was just fighting to hold the cue ball for his next red. He's got to hope that John runs out of position quickly here. Our red's tied up on cushion rails, so it won't be easy for John to win the frame from here, but he can certainly get right back into it.
Eight.
Was just fighting to hold the cue ball there, played it as delicately as he could.
Nine.
Yes, it's one of those, I think, the odd tournament this season that might have gone in, but not here this week. John Higgins is famed for kind of stepping in situations like this and really punishing psychologically a miss like that.
30. $14. 21. 22.
Still 5 points behind. John will have to pick his... try and develop the two awkward reds that actually could be a plant along the top cushion.
$30.
Didn't catch the reds as intended.
$37.
Just too much pace. John was obviously thinking of another way of cannoning those reds to knock one of them on, but it's gone wrong. So we'll have to be content with a good safety now and with a 3 points lead.
John Higgins, 37.
Very nicely played. No applause, but I do believe John coming to the table here is snookered on all reds.
Yeah, sorry, just slightly hampered there with the other two reds. But as I say, this is such a tense affair so far. Sometimes in these matches, you know, the early frames go by quite quickly and then it gets a bit cagey towards the end. But First frame here was 28.5 minutes. This is already over 20. 3 points in it. Every point, every ball being fought for.
One.
Good red with the rest, but he hasn't left himself a good angle on any colour, really, to get good position. The bottom red of the two will pot. You may have to consider the brown here, or the green around the angles. As he finished two straight, this was the misread from Mark Allen that led to this opportunity for John Higgins. 8 points ahead. Needs the black, red and high value colour. But has he finished two straight on the black?
It just feels like every shot's a pressure ball, doesn't it? Another one here. This feels like the key one now. 15 in front. Everything there, worry to miss it and leave it on. Oh, very good.
13.
Very, very good. So Higgins looking good for a 2-0 lead.
Yes, black, yellow and green still required.
Got to be said, Mark Allen
20.
had a couple of good chances, lost position initially, then he missed that black to left corner when it really did look a good thing to go on and take the frame. The yellow means that he can only tie.
$22.
Well, it's often said he's not a great rest player, Higgins, but he's potted 3 already in this break with it. And now this one will put the frame away. It wasn't the cleanest pot, that, but he got it nonetheless. Well, now, he didn't get that one, so this could yet be a respot.
John Higgins, 22.
I wasn't sure whether the green was going in or not from the camera angle we had. Gave you a good idea of how tight these pockets are. He's lucky that cue ball's so close to the side cushion because Mark Allen can't do much here positionally.
Three.
Well, this is a huge shot coming up for Mark Allen. One good pot and position. We could be heading for a respot black here.
12.
Well, this black, and the black comes back up to decide the frame. It looked like it was going to be Higgins's. Just needed that green. It's a respot. The very first Masters final in 1975 between John Spencer and was decided on a respot, as of course was the 98 final, Mark Williams and Stephen Hendry. He's putting John Higgins into bat. So frame 2 of this match is going to be decided on a respotted black. John Higgins with the first shot. A frame that he looked certain to win at one point.
I think it would hurt John a little psychologically if he didn't win this frame now. And that's the type of safety shot that players tend to play from respotted blacks these days. It normally does give your opponent a chance as a double. It's never an easy one. No attempt as a double there, and that's very good really from Mark Allen, because both cue ball and black are in the middle of the table, so John doesn't have a lot of angle to play with here. John may play a similar shot here, attempt or half attempt the double to the right corner. But he really wants to see that black go up the side cushion to safety more than anything.
White was very close to the middle.
Wow, that's a mistake. John nearly left the pot on. This black's too thin to attempt, but Mark can play a much better safety here.
Oh, it's just gone in. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a finish and what a steal. For Mark Allen, John Higgins just needed the green for 2-0. Allen with a cocktail double on the respot. So that was a very dramatic finish to frame 2. As I say, it looked like Higgins. This was the frame ball. He'd potted 3 balls already using that rest. Just needed that one as well. That would have been 2 snookers needed. Mark Allen, he potted a good green and made little clearance. And then this was the last shot, the cocktail double they call it. No one was quite sure, I don't think, whether it was going to drop. It did. What a steal.
Yeah, absolutely. He played the cocktail double. And he was anxiously watching that black as it headed towards that right-hand centre pocket. Caught the bottom jaw, caught the top jaw. But it dropped. Pace allowing it just to be accepted by the pocket. And what a match we have set up now, because obviously 1-1, both players have won a frame, and this is what's coming up for us on Sullivan against Hawkins. What a match that is. Contrasting styles. Can Barry Hawkins' all-round game get the better of Ronnie O'Sullivan? It's a tough one to call, Dave.
It is. Well, having said that, the head-to-head is 17-2 to O'Sullivan, but certainly Hawkins going into that match has every right to feel confident. He beat Neil Robertson. What a great venue this is as well, Alexandra Palace, an iconic London venue. Of course, they had the PDC darts here just before Christmas, a lot of other things during the year. But it's become synonymous with this Masters tournament. We've just seen a very dramatic frame there. Mark Allen striding rather purposely back into the arena, having really stolen that second frame. And, as I say, squandered a couple of chances prior to that. He can forget all that now. John Higgins has just got to get on with it. So it's 1-1. Mark Allen taking frame 2 on the respot.
Thank you. Third frame. Mark Allen to break.
How much has defeat in that second frame going to affect John Higgins? Don't need to just be a great snooker player and have a lot of ability and talent. You need to take the highs and the lows and deal with them as they come along. Well, John Higgins is probably feeling on a bit of a low, having lost that second frame. That's a good break off from Mark Allen. This red to the right corner is on for John Higgins, but the cue ball will be running into other balls. Not worth the risk, surely. Two intriguing frames, but haven't seen a 50 break yet. And both frames have gone pretty close to the half-hour mark.
Yeah, I mean, that 25, that was green to black, wasn't it, to clear up for the respot. So, you know, he's been scratching around, but it doesn't matter. It's one each. Because last year, Barry Hawkins did a real number on Mark Allen. He beat him 6-0. Completely starved him of chances.
Caught the red too thinly. The cannon on the blue hasn't helped Mark Allen there. I think this red that's to the left of the pink will pot. Not easy to get onto a colour though, unless he can just glance off this side of the pack for the black perhaps.
Four.
Well, it was obviously a blow not winning that second frame, but John Higgins has seen just about everything in this sport. He knows he's got to look forward now.
5.
Had such a long career. He straddled several eras. When he turned professional in 1992, that was still, of course, Stephen Hendry was the world champion, but it was still the era of Davis and White and Parrott and these great names. Then, of course, saw his contemporaries, O'Sullivan and Williams, start winning titles. Just behind them, the likes of Paul Hunter, Matthew Stevens, still people like Peter Ebdon, Ken Doherty, Alan McManus to contend with. And then,
30.
you know, you go into the 2000s and the Neil Robertsons and the Mark Selbys and the Judd Trumps and the Mark Allens. The list goes on and on. So to still be at the top, considering the various players he's had to deal with, shows what a great player he is.
Yeah, and myself, having been around the same number of years as John on the tour, it's incredible, Dave, just to see the way the game has changed, see the different shot choices of players these days, how the game was early 90s. Players are so much more attacking now. And there's such terrific strength in the game these days. There never was in the early 90s.
$21.
And of course, the opportunity to visit countries such as India and China was just a pipe dream, really.
28.
There's so many great Chinese players on the tour these days as well. It's a sport now that's really flourishing.
29.
Yeah, the problem for all of those players is people like this man is still still around. Ronnie still around. Mark Williams, like sort of statues. They seem immovable in some ways. And that did not work out. Kind of went through the gap.
36.
Yes, tried to cannon into the 5, missed them and glanced off a red to the side of that little cluster.
John Higgins, 36.
don't know if it's worth a risk, but perhaps the red to the right of the blue just gives Mark Allen a chance, maybe just a stunning behind the blue with the cue ball, but it's a risk if the shot goes wrong. I wonder if he's considering trying to cut the red into the right centre here and use the blue to deflect the cue ball back into bulk. Certainly wasn't the outcome that Mark Allen was hoping for. He's put a red over each of the two corner pockets, but the one to the left John Higgins can get through to.
So already with a useful lead in the frame. And back in.
Six. Seven.
Wrong side of the blue. If John can somehow leave the cue ball near this right side cushion, he could pop the red over the right corner and play for the pink. Well, he's played for the red on the pink from it. Should still be straightforward enough, but it's not a natural angle. You have to create it.
So now it's a question of doing enough here, already 55 in front, to just get on with this frame and go 2-1 in front. And as I say, what's happened has happened. Can't change that in frame 2.
$20.
Red and a colour required
27.
to put the frame safe.
$28.
So no obvious reaction to losing that last frame the way he did, having missed the green initially to wrap it up. While still on the
35.
respot, he's just focused on what's ahead here.
36.
Mark Allen stole that last frame. His highest break still only 25. Higgins could well make a half century here. In fact, it's just about enough on for a century.
$50. 51.
His first ever opponent in the Masters was Tony Drago, the great Maltese player, great character, fastest ever player, back in '95. This is his 60th match in the Masters. Only
59.
Ronnie O'Sullivan and Jimmy White have played him more. So one thing he's got on his side is experience, and he's used it here to just put away frame 2 and focus on this frame and the rest of the match.
$66. 67.
Yeah, nicely done. So a chance here for the century. He's involved, I guess, in a race to with Judd Trump.
74.
Trump's on 9.55, Higgins 9.67.
76. H3.
Sounded like a kick to me. He's still okay on the blue.
Not to be, but a fine 83. Having lost frame 2 on a respotted black, John Higgins produces by far the highest break of the match so far to lead Mark Allen 2-1. Mark Allen, the 2018 Masters champion. He's not won a match in this tournament since then. 5 first-round exits in a row. Here this year, he's 2-1 down to John Higgins. Allen yet to really get going in terms of the scoring. He's just seen Higgins make 83. Should have been a century, really missed that blue. But nonetheless, by far the biggest break we've seen so far here at Alexandra Palace this afternoon. So it's 2-1 to John Higgins. This is the last frame before the interval. The winner plays the winner of tonight's match between Mark Selby, the 3 times Masters champion, and Robert Milkins, who's making his 3rd appearance in the tournament. I mean, you never get easy draws here, but so far he's drawn Ronnie O'Sullivan, Neil Robertson, and now Mark Selby.
Good cue ball, but there is a possible red for John Higgins near this right corner. But the black isn't available. Possibly could play for the pink, though, in the left centre with this red. Tough pink, this, across the nap of the table. Very easy for these to be missed.
John Higgins, 1.
And there was pressure on that because he knew he'd be leaving Mark Allen an opportunity if it didn't go in. So can Mark Allen punish that mistake? He's got a good chance here.
One.
Yeah, can he find a bit of rhythm here this afternoon and start putting something together? It's been a bit stop-start, really. He's had chances. Even the frame he won, he had a couple of good chances much earlier on that he didn't take.
The top red above
8.
the pack that's just slightly detached from it does pot into the right corner. Oh, or does it? What's Mark Allen looking at here? I think he's concerned, actually. If he pots the red, it must go the red that's close to the pink spot. If he goes into the pack of reds, there's a little line of 3 reds at the left of the main bunch there that could just end up deflecting towards that left corner. So good angle on the blue to go into the reds. But those 3 reds to the left, the bottom one could just catch another red and go towards the left corner. That wasn't far away, but Mark had already had a look at them. Oh, he's been so unfortunate there, my goodness. The reds are split beautifully, but look where the cue ball's finished. Can he come off this top cushion and flick that red in near the pocket, I wonder? Oh, I don't know. 3-ball plant as well, possibly. He's going to have to do something with that red over the pocket. Can't leave it there.
Mark Allen, 14.
Well, he was unfortunate with the split not working out. And then, OK, didn't pop the red. He's hoping just not to leave anything, but he's always going to be asking a lot. So what a gift for Higgins.
1.
This is why snooker is such a tough game mentally, because Allen played the attacking shot into the reds. On another day, you know, you're away, you make a frame-winning break, but as it is, it didn't work out, and now he's back in his chair again.
Eight. 9.
I've noticed something with John's technique. He seems to be placing his bridge hand as close to the cue ball as I've ever seen it. Can't be more than 8 inches away. Can just restrict the amount of power
16.
you can generate, but it's something that John feels is beneficial to him in terms of overall consistency.
17.
I think he's a very interesting case, Higgins. As far as I'm aware, he's never been formally coached, but he himself has looked for things to change and things to work on. His cue, he's sort of had all sorts done to over the years. And as you say, just little things in terms of technique and cue action.
24. 25. 32.
Truth is, it could be 4-0, couldn't it, at the interval to him? But the main thing for him now is to make it 3-1 and just make Mark Allen think about things. He's not
33.
scoring at the moment. OK, was a bit unfortunate in this frame, but there's been other moments where he has lost his way.
I think another relevant point to make as well is that Mark Allen's average shot time is at 27
40.
seconds per shot now. If you think of Mark Allen, the player of 7 or 8 years ago, he'd be down at 19, 20 seconds a shot. He was a much quicker player, but
41.
he's lost a lot of weight in the intervening years, and he's made a few changes to his game as well to accommodate the loss of weight.
$48. 49.
So as you can see, not much more to do
56.
here. A couple more reds, and John Higgins will be 3-1 up at the interval.
57.
And what's not happened in this match is what has been happening of late, which is one miss has kind of got in his head.
62.
That green with the rest could have been such a ball, but it's like it never happened in frame 2. Just got on with it.
63.
And that's easier said than done, I think. This blue for 3-1.
John Higgins
69.
couldn't quite make career century number 968 in the previous frame. Can he do so here? Once again, the ball set out beautifully for him.
Yeah, I mentioned it's between him and Trump to be the second man to 1,000. Of course, O'Sullivan well over that.
74.
In terms of centuries this season, Trump is outpacing him 54. Higgins has made 26.
75.
And obviously, John Higgins has been a pro a lot longer as well. Even so, it's a fantastic number of big breaks. Oh, it's just kept running. It's just kept running.
80.
But the frame is won, and the pressure is on Mark Allen at the interval here. He's not scoring at all. His highest break 25. He scrambled frame 2 on the respot, but John Higgins has made breaks of 83 and 80 since. So it is the twice Masters champion, John Higgins, making his 30th consecutive appearance in this great tournament, who leads Mark Allen at the interval by 3 frames to 1.
Mark Allen to break.
Well, change clearly for Mark Allen. 3-1 down, could have been 4-0, but for the respot frame he won. Not the best of starts, catching the blue off the break-off. I think in general, it's been quite tense. It's been quite intense, actually. And maybe Allen needs to find a way of throwing the shackles off a bit, get back to his naturally attacking way, speed up a bit. He's down at 27 seconds a shot, highest break 25. Pot success in the 80s. Everything needs to change. There's still time. But John Higgins was looking good in those last 2 frames, breaks of 83 and 80 to get to 3-1.
Well, he hasn't missed too many so far in this match, John Higgins, but I know he's 3-1 ahead, but when you come back after an interval, you've got to find again that focus and concentration that you've built up before the interval. That red just about goes, but from where the cue ball is, you wouldn't really want to take that on. Red that's just been played by John there in bulk, causing a problem. Oh, goodness. Do you know, that looked in all the way to me. I thought Mark Allen felt it was in too.
Yeah, he seemed to strike it really well. Like I say, there's been tournaments this season that would have been in.
Could have done with being just a little straighter on the black. He'll try to screw into the red just to the left of the black. But if he cannons the other red as well, he may not be on anything.
Eight. Nine.
Well, overall, it's been a very solid performance from Higgins. His safety success, 91%. His pot success, 91%. So they're good numbers. Helped as well by the odd shot from his opponent.
15.
He made a very good point, I thought, at the last Time Nations event. He was being asked about, you know, some of the tournaments that he hasn't quite closed out. And he said, if it wasn't for Ronnie, people would look at him, John Higgins, at the age of 48 and say, what you're doing is phenomenal to still be at the top of the game. But because Ronnie's winning the UK Championship, he won the World, obviously, 2 years ago, and because John's always been compared to him, and that comparison almost takes a little bit away from his own achievements. It's just still competing. But it is very impressive what he's doing. When he started out as a teenager, you know, you wouldn't think a 48-year-old would still be where he is in the world, 12 in the world rankings, playing in these great events.
22. 23.
Plenty of angle on the pink here to go into the reds. Needs to make sure he cannons the two reds at the top of that group as full as possible for them to split well. Another fly. A deceased fly.
Yeah, that's the Glasgow way of dealing with it, I think. No nonsense.
Yes, the reds have opened beautifully, but John has a slightly awkward angle on the red to the right corner. Just needs one decent positional shot here. I don't think that's it. Yes, just caught too much of that red to gain position on pink or black. Now, with that red in bulk, it does cause a problem for John Higgins. Will he try and float the yellow in dead weight to block the pocket if it doesn't go in? That would be a big ask. Doesn't have to take on the yellow, of course. But he did take on the yellow, and what a wonderful pot it was. But he's been a little unfortunate that the cue ball has finished in the jaws of the green pocket, because this red now, which John thought would be straightforward, now isn't.
Yeah, he just glanced off the blue. That's why the white has finished where it is. So, yeah, another big shot. Another great shot. Just shows you that, doesn't it? If you lose ideal position, you've got to keep scrambling to keep it going. He's not quite out the woods yet.
There's big pressure on any colour John attempts here, with the reds placed so beautifully.
Scramble.
And he's still not on a red. No, that's too tight. But there may be one of those two reds just above the black that will cut into the left corner. You can forget that one to the centre. You wouldn't take that on.
Well, this cue ball's been on a real tour of the table, hasn't it? But they're going in. That's the most important thing. If he can just play himself now back into nice position, he should have weathered the storm in terms of this frame. Where's the white going, though?
$43.
Just on this red, but this has been very sort of an orthodox break. The cue ball has been finding all sorts of spots, but as I say, so far they've been going in.
Just one more roll of that cue ball. He'd have been on nothing incredibly, but He needs to be careful here, John, if he decides to play for the black because of that red to the right of it. Could easily snooker himself. The safest thing to play here would be to screw back for the blue, perhaps. Oh, he's missed the red. Finally, a little bit of pressure just took hold there. Now, can Mark Allen punish that mistake and pressure John Higgins?
Yeah, I mean, he could have missed anything up to this point, couldn't he? Eventually, it's this one. Well, Allen needs something to happen soon, and it might not have come, the chance, in this frame. Here it is.
1.
Straight away, he's kind of under pressure.
Well, the fact he's looking at the blue tells me the angle on the black's no good at all. Maybe the cube will be running into the red below it. Well, that was an excellent recovery pot.
6.
Deserves to be on the red near the pink, but is he? Got a thin cut of the red to the left corner, the one that's nearest the pocket, but could have been on something a lot easier. Just looking for one good pot here, Mark Allen. Oh, that's excellent.
7.
Well, green or blue, not too bad. They're not perfect by any means. They're both missable, but I think he'll take it. That's another good green to the yellow pocket. Slightly heavy contact, I felt. So again, he needs a good positional shot here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bit like the Higgins visit, isn't it? He's battling to try and obtain prime position. In the end, Higgins lost the battle because he missed. Mark Allen has lost position, so he's also lost the battle. best players in the
Mark
world,
11.
the great players, make the game look easy, but of course, very often they also make it look what it is, which is hard. And we've seen it in this frame. Once you just sort of lose ideal position, it is hard to keep things going.
Definite chance for Mark Allen now to get the cubel in behind green and brown on that bulk cushion and snooker John Higgins. This is looking very good. Yes, well played. That could be a frame winner if John doesn't play a good escape here.
Foul.
Oh, John will be bitterly
Mark Allen,
disappointed.
4.
A couple of little half errors from him of late. And Mark Allen really does need to punish these mistakes because you don't get them very often from the cue of John Higgins.
1. Eight. 9.
Well, this is more like it. This is where you want to be now. As Mark Allen looks to pull one back. He's not played his best yet, but he's stuck in there. Don't think he's got any concerns in general about his game. Why would he? He's had such a successful last year or so. Even the shootout, it has a certain lottery element to it, but you need to be smart, and he is, and he played smart. Certainly in the latter rounds, including the final. He bossed things there against Chow Yu-peng.
$24.
So this red actually equals his high break for the match.
25.
Could have been 4-1 easily.
Yeah, it's interesting, Dave. I was just looking at our stats board here, and it's a sea of blue for John Higgins in terms of 30-plus breaks.
$32. 33.
I suppose if you were to say to Mark Allen he made breaks of 25 and 32, OK, this is going to be more than that. But he's only going to be a frame behind at 3-2. Well, he'd be
39.
delighted and surprised, I've no doubt.
41.
John Higgins was in, but he just couldn't quite control things. He missed a red eventually, and then, of course, Allen had him in that snooker. Came very close to escaping, left the red on. This is frame ball. These two always seem to have great battles. Because we saw it in Belfast in the Northern Ireland Open final that Mark Allen won a couple of seasons back. Blue stays out, so it's one snooker. In a way, that typifies it. He hasn't quite killed it off cleanly. So the battle continues.
utterly dodged a bullet there, Mark Allen. I was just trying to think of somebody I'd least rather play in this situation than John Higgins. Any name I can come up with probably is somebody like a Mark Selby.
Yeah, of course, we saw Gary Wilson, didn't we, in that match with Joey Long at the Scottish Open, get all those snookers in their decider. Mike Hallett did it once, didn't he, here to John Parrott in this tournament, Wembley. He's 43 behind on the colours in their decider and still won. She's one snooker needed, that was a double kiss. Could have finished worse, though.
Well, oh, that's incredible. The cue ball has caught the top jaw of the middle pocket there, I think, and it's been deflected in behind the black. I'd like to see that again. Oh, is there enough side on this? Oh, just. Well, that's a risky ploy. Unless you get that blue right in the jaws of the pocket, John has a chance of a snooker here.
As it is, the blue cuts in, and Mark Allen will be delighted if it does go in here. This was a bit of anxiety he didn't need after he missed the blue initially. But there it is. A dramatic match and a dramatic frame within the match. And there's still a lot of mileage in this one, you feel. Higgins had the chance for 4-1. But it's a relieved Mark Allen who takes frame 5 of a possible 11 here this afternoon to reduce the gap to just 1. John Higgins leads Mark Allen 3-2. So Mark Allen competing well here, not necessarily at his very best, but he's stuck to his task. And he won that last frame with his highest break so far, 48. 3-2 it is to John Higgins here in the first round of the Masters. Mark Allen next week will be defending his world title in Leicester, so no rest for the wicked. That's a big event in its own right, first of the Players Series. And of course, at this time of year, once the Masters is done, really, then you start to hear people talking about the Crucible. And 3 months from now, the World Championship, a lot of tournaments before then. Mark Allen, of course, looking to win that time. Got to the semis last season. Mark Selby outlasted him in a bit of a marathon.
Thank you.
Well, a lot of a marathon.
Frame 6. John Higgins to break.
Well, Higgins had his chance for 4-1, but it's 3-2 as he gets frame 6 underway.
This cloth has been on from day one, and the cushions are playing slightly differently now. It's much easier for the players to get the cue ball behind the baulk colours on the baulk cushion and block off potential pots. Although Mark, well, he can't quite see enough of it, but a simple enough safety shot to leave a cue ball on this top cushion.
Higgins ahead on safety, but it was a good safety in the last frame that effectively won Mark Allen the frame when he got Higgins snookered on all the reds. There's the pot success. Higgins again ahead on that score. He's actually 200 points ahead in the match, but only one frame.
No, he's just mistiming balls now, John Higgins. He's doing this of late, the last few seasons. He gets into a winning position, then almost puts himself under pressure when he isn't really under any pressure from his opponent necessarily. Saw some mistakes in that previous frame, but they're all of John Higgins' doing. He wasn't pressured into those mistakes by Mark Allen. He was amongst the balls.
I think this is what must be frustrating for Higgins. If his game had just gone, he could hang his cue up and he would have had a great career, and that's it. But it hasn't. You know, he could still play superbly, but just lacks consistency, not only match to match, but actually within matches as well. And this one just signs that it's starting to turn against him.
$15. $22. $23.
Has an angle on the yellow to take the cue ball into the pack of reds. You can see the cue ball lift off the bed of the table. I don't think it affected the shot overly. Don't know if the red just next to the pink will pot into the left corner through a gap of others. Well, he needs his cue ball to keep running, and it has. I don't think he played for this red into the left centre, but
27.
he's nicely on it.
$28.
Well, this time has another beautiful angle to go into the reds if he feels he needs to. Well, overdid it with the side spin. But I have to confess to being a little surprised he didn't choose the green in favour of the brown. There was a better angle on it.
Mark Allen, 32.
Well, the ragged end to proceedings there. At least trying to get the good safety in at the end. It didn't quite happen. And again, he hasn't scored heavily, as he may have hoped.
This is a bold shot choice from John. He's made a few mistakes of late. This is very awkward. No, he's feeling pressured out there, John Higgins. He really is. And he hasn't got away with it. Looking very uptight.
One.
Thank you, Nick. So it definitely feels like the balance of power has shifted.
8.
Started, I guess, in the last frame when Higgins was in. He was potting some good balls, actually, but eventually missed a red to right corner.
Nine.
Just got an angle on the blue. Not as much as he'd have liked to have had. But he needs to go into the reds here. 2 cushions, side spin. And he's glanced off them. Well, I suppose he could pot the red to the left corner, but
14.
it's as missable as it is potable.
Yeah, it's all sort of scraps, but it seems that Allen, the sort of new Mark Allen, is more prepared to accept it if it's going to be like this and just focus on toughing it out. Even there, you know, a couple of years ago, he might have taken that on and he might have got it. But no thoughts of that here. Just trying to keep things tight. He's got a 46-point lead.
Mark Allen will see a red find its way near that left-hand side cushion with the 46 points lead that he has. It's a little bit of insurance for now. Wow, really? Did he attempt to cut that red in, I wonder?
Well, it felt like things had turned against Higgins. Maybe this is the moment it turns back. As you see, nearly 26 minutes since his last pot.
One.
Well, he's left himself a tricky black here. It's about half ball nearly. You wanted it to be virtually straight. Black spot occupied, but there's pink spots available. As you can see, there's a lot more angle on this black.
Joe Higgins, 1.
Sort of looked good when it set off.
So many shot choices for John Higgins. Could remove one of the awkward reds from the side cushion. Oh dear. What a fluke. Mark Allen will be absolutely thrilled that John Higgins isn't on the black. In fact, he doesn't have an easy colour unless he can get through to the pink, and do you know what? I think he can. Wow, what a time for a fluke like that.
Yeah, and it's the great unknown. Regardless of what's happened and who you feel's on top psychologically, a little bit of luck like that can just turn everything again. What an opening this is now.
7.
Well, well, well. You can't believe it, can you?
Joe Higgins, 7.
Oh, dear. There's a lot of tension and nerves and pressure and all sorts of mental confusion out there. Well, how often do you see John Higgins miss a ball like that? Well, it wasn't easy to get onto a red from the black there. He could have played that with more topspin and pace and arced the cubal into those 3 reds. That may have been his best chance of getting on a red. He has a very handy lead here. Well, he didn't hit the red.
Foul, with Mark on 8.
Wow, this frame really is full of variety.
Tales of the unexpected is what it is. That was strange, wasn't it? Obviously looking for the thin edge, but got no edge. All sorts of murmuring in the crowd of what they're watching. Well, his failure to initially catch the red for the safety has led to that. Now, how's John Higgins feeling? Because this looks like a golden chance, but he had a good chance a moment ago, didn't take it. They're both there for sure, but Higgins is handed this opportunity on a plate.
1.
Well, John Higgins is famed for making clearances under pressure. He's certainly a man under pressure, there's no doubt about it. But surely he's going to score well here. Mark Allen would have been pinning his hopes on that red that's near the right centre, finding the cushion. Beg your pardon, the left centre, but it didn't reach. So they're all on, bar that slightly tricky red below the black.
9.
Brown potentially is an obstacle, but the green's in a good place. Mark Allen be bitterly disappointed if he doesn't win this frame.
Fourteen. Fifteen.
Oh, he'd like to play that one again. Can he reach this? Just about, I think.
20.
Wow, is he
21.
high enough on the black? Just. Oh, he's perfectly on this red. He's just
28.
got to pot it and he'll be on the black to the opposite corner.
So this really is now about holding his nerve in a frame where he looked a bit frazzled at one point. Mark Allen attempted just to glance off a red for safety, missed the red altogether,
36.
was put back in, and from that shot handed keys to the sweet shop to John Higgins.
38.
But on these, he's done it so many times, you just expect him to do it again, but he has been under it a little bit the last half an hour.
Green, brown, blue and pink still needed. Crucial that he gets a good angle here on the brown to get position on the blue. Well, I don't think that's particularly inviting. He can still get onto the blue, but he's going to have to screw off the right-hand side cushion here
41.
with a lot of right-hand side to get anywhere near the blue. Well, the problem was he wasn't on the brown very well. So just 1 point ahead, Mark Allen needs brown, blue and pink himself here. This brown easily cuts in, but he may have to take the cue ball in and out of baulk for position on the blue. Oh, this looks a great shot. He may have just overrun slightly. No. 10 out of 10 for that shot.
Blue and pink to win another dramatic frame.
9.
John Higgins had the chance. This time he didn't make the clearance. He finished awkward on the brown, tried to power it in, missed it. And Mark Allen does the rest. This match is going to take some winning. It's a real war of attrition now, and it's all square at 3-3. So, hard-fought stuff. Mark Allen digging in, not playing his best, but John Higgins has deteriorated, you've got to say, as the afternoon's gone on. This has been an issue, really, of late in big matches. He was looking very good, obviously, at 3-1. He's had chances since then in both of the last two frames. A good one, you've got to say, in the last frame. Didn't take it. Still, obviously, anyone's match, 3-3. But he needs to try and recover. It's not easy, though, when you're sort of tense to just relax yourself. Allen, though, delighted that he had the chance on the brown. Just needed brown, blue and pink. But it's always been, seems to have been close. Remember, it was 11-9 to Allen coming in on the head-to-head. This is the 6th meeting in this tournament between them. The last one went the distance, and this one still some sorting out to be done. 5 frames left to play here. The winner plays the winner of tonight's match between Mark Selby and Robert Milkins. That will conclude the opening round of the Masters.
Well, you can see John Higgins deep in thought there. He's got a lot to think about. But, you know, he's put himself under pressure with the balls that he's missing, the mistakes that he's making. He started so well, looked very comfortable. But Mark Allen hasn't put John under any pressure at all. It's all been about John Higgins. How's he going to recover from this? He's got to forget what's happened, keep his mind in the present, and focus on the fact that it's 3-all, and it's still anybody's match.
Yeah, and he had some luck as well, it's got to be said, but it's all gone that now. He's got to focus on this next frame. It's still level, waiting for Allen to return to this wonderful arena.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? What an atmosphere. And I suppose when he's struggling, as John Higgins is at the moment, it just makes it even harder. But you've got to bear in mind that Mark Allen has made breaks of just 32 and 48 in this match, and he's 3-all.
Yeah, exactly. And the danger, of course, is that he will start producing the big breaks, and then you could see him maybe running away with it. We'll see. Here he comes. So Mark Allen was 3-1 down at the interval. He's won 2 tight frames to level up.
Thank you. Frame 7. Mark Allen to break.
Mark Allen does seem to get drawn into some close matches here at the Masters since winning the title. As we know, 6 years ago he's not won one, and of those 5 defeats in round 1, 3 have been in deciders, including one to Higgins 3 years ago. That was behind closed doors in Milton Keynes rather than here at the Ali Pali. That's nicely done. But what does it lead to is the question. Remember, Higgins has had the 2 biggest breaks, 83 and 80, and frames 3 and 4 respectively.
Eight. 9. Yeah.
This shall have a bushel over the referee, just giving the cue ball a clean. Saw Higgins in his seat between frames, just sort of, you could see him trying to kind of calm himself and just focus on what's to come.
$16.
It's the end of this.
Yeah. $17. 24. 25.
Well, now that John Higgins has seen his advantage in this match disappear, he seems to have settled down a little more. It was an excellent red to begin this break with. And he looks calm and in control again now.
32. $33.
Yeah, I mean, every frame,
38.
I guess, is like the next chapter in a book. The story's going to continue one way or another. It's whether you can write your own happy ending.
$39.
Well, this blue is going to be in the way, isn't it? Yeah.
44.
Well, you were right, Dave. I thought John might just be able to get through to it, but he can't. Oh dear, you can see the disappointment in John. That's quite a dreadful mistake for somebody of his ability to make. And there isn't an alternative. Well, I have no idea what John Higgins tried to play there.
Foul. John Higgins,
Absolutely
44.
no idea at all.
Mark Allen, 7. One.
Sure, John Higgins's nerve endings are a little overwrought. Earth did he try to play there? Look where the cue ball is.
Eight.
Oh, Mark Allen just decelerated there a little. Didn't get enough speed into the cue ball. He may still just be able to cut this red in, but queuing over the pack of reds, not easy. No.
Mark Allen, 8.
Been a few oohs and ahs from the crowd this afternoon, haven't there? I mean, these two have struggled, but I think so much of it has been the respect they're showing each other. Every frame has kind of felt like a decider, and I'm sure that's going to continue now we're sort of heading to the business end. Higgins, though, dodged a serious bullet there, didn't he?
One.
I didn't expect to see John miss the pot, but for him, that's not a good positional shot, really.
This one, you mean, yeah?
Mark Allen himself has plenty to think about. This has been a very poor performance from him, but he's still right in this match.
John Higgins, 1.
I think that was the right shot to play. Could have played off the group of reds, but it would have been such a big chance of knocking something towards a corner pocket. Another chance, perhaps, for John to get the cue ball right in behind the black. It's a wonderful pot from Mark Allen. A little surprised to see him knock it in because he just hasn't really performed so far this afternoon.
His head has stayed up though, hasn't he? You know, his attitude's been good, even though, as you say, he's been struggling. He's competed. All the stats favour Higgins. I mean, on the aggregate point score, he's over 200 in front, but it's 3-3.
He's got an awkward positional shot to play here. He'll probably have to go into the two reds to the right of the pink. He just doesn't want to knock one into the corner pocket. Oh, dear. Well, if he's not on the red, and he's not, that's
6.
unlucky.
Again, there was no reaction, was there, to that? You know, it wasn't
Mark Allen, 6.
necessarily his fault, but he just a slight shake of the head there, but kind of got on with trying to play the good safety at least. Whether he's actually played it or not is another matter. Oh dear. Well, John Higgins was making the running. He was playing the better snooker earlier on, but now he's all at sea, I'm afraid.
One.
Well, John has made umpteen mistakes, but these mistakes haven't really been costing him much. Will this one, I wonder?
Six. Seven. Ten.
Well, I don't know how he's finished there. You can still pot the red to the left centre, but very awkward, and there's a lot of pressure on it. Taking this one to the right centre. Ah, that's a good pot, very good pot. And now, if you can just play a delicate cannon into the pink, you'll be back in A1 position. Well, he tried to hold it without playing the cannon. Whew, that was asking something. I don't know how he can smile.
Well, it's sheer relief, I think, that it actually went in.
19.
I mean, a lot of players would just be content to play a 4-ball cannon into the pink there. Would have made the black straightforward. I just don't know how John Higgins is losing his grip on this match.
26.
No, I'm sure a player can accept being outplayed by somebody producing a high standard, but so much of this has been down to Higgins himself, I'm afraid. And it is part of a general pattern.
Yeah.
Allen didn't like the contact, but he's okay.
34.
I think it's easy enough to explain why John is feeling the pressure. It's because winning this match, winning this title, having a chance to win this title just means so much to him, as he knows that he's getting on in years and these opportunities are fewer and further between.
35.
Yes, especially as it's been 3 years now since his last major success in the Players' Championship. Mark Allen, of course, has won a lot of tournaments since that victory for Higgins, particularly
38.
the last 2 seasons. He's 14 in front here. Yellow, green and brown needed to take the lead.
40.
So is Mark Allen about to make his first half century of the whole afternoon? He's going to be in front for the first time. Once again, he got some help. His highest break of the match, 58. Mark Allen hits the front. John Higgins with a lot to think about here. Allen leading 4-3. So Mark Allen ahead for the first time. He's just edged in front on the pot success as well. 90% plays 89 for Higgins. Highest break, 58 in that last frame of the whole afternoon. He's hung in there when things weren't going so well, and he is now in front. And John Higgins, not surprisingly really, has left the arena between frames to try and gather his thoughts and really pull himself together, try and cut out some of the elementary errors, because this match is still anyone's, but it is Allen who, from 3-1 down, has gone 4-3 in front. So, of course, the first round concludes this evening. We've got Mark Selby, 3 times a Masters champion, against Rob Milkins. Selby's not been past the quarters here for 10 years. Of course, that's the stage he's trying to reach. If he does, he'll play the winner of this match, 7:15 UK time, with all the build-up this evening. And of course, tomorrow afternoon, the record-holding 7 times champion at the Masters, Ronnie O'Sullivan, returns to take on Barry Hawkins, who saw out Neil Robertson last night. And that'll be 1:45 in the afternoon, 1:45 CET, the whole match live, of course. Allen just waiting for John Higgins to return here. It's been a battle for Allen as well. He's not played his best yet, but he has battled. He's stuck in there. He's got himself in front. He'd love now, I'm sure, to produce the goods at the end of this match, get himself through to the quarterfinals against Selby.
It was a match I was really looking forward to, I have to say. Both these players have such eminent respect for one another's abilities and achievements. But I wasn't expecting such drama and so much tension.
Mark Allen's won the last 3. They've all been
Thank
close.
you, frame 8. John Higgins to break.
John Higgins maybe just gave himself a talking to there as he left the arena between frames, because he can still win the match, of course, but for the first time he's trailing.
How do you like to play in front of an audience like that? It's a snooker player's dream. This is what you put all those hard hours in over so many years just to be part of an occasion like this. Definite chance of a long red here for John Higgins. Yet another fly departs this life. But I mean, you know, this type of long pot to John, well, it must seem like a bowling green at the moment, this. As long as he avoids the pack of reds, he should be on the red just above the black. Didn't play it particularly well. Can't hold for the black now, I don't think.
7. Twelve.
One thing I've always noted Mark Allen for is courage and bravery under pressure. But the Mark Allen of the previous 2 or 3 seasons, he just looks so placid and serene. There's no aggression, no anger in his play when things are going wrong. I haven't seen any of that today either. I'd like to see a little more of it.
One.
Just cued across that slightly. It's no choice now. You play a cannon into the reds.
28. $29.
Suddenly Allen starting to monopolise the table. Starting to look a bit more like his old self. I think it's a balance, isn't it? You don't want to be sort of overly aggressive and sort of do yourself in. Equally, you want to
34.
show that drive. And he's always been a sort of heart-on-sleeve player. And the second match he ever played as a pro was against John Higgins. It was an old tournament, the Northern Ireland Trophy. It was an invitation event. And he just turned pro, so it's perfect timing for him. They invited him in, and he beat Steve Davis. And then he beat John Higgins in his second match. So right from the start, he didn't mind playing the big names and indeed beating them. This was off the back of a wonderful amateur career where he won basically everything you can win. The World Amateur Championship, all the European events, all these different age divisions in Northern Ireland. So he's used to winning before he turned pro.
Yeah, an interesting thing about Mark Allen, he used to be a very good friend of a former Welsh professional, David John, and
40.
he used to come to a snooker club that I used to practice in Pontyclun. I used to practice with Ryan Day there and another pro, James Reynolds. And Mark Allen turned up one day and
43.
never seen him before. I'd never met him, but I did watch him play a few frames and I was very impressed with him then.
Yeah, of course, he had a lot of advice, didn't he, early in his career from another great Welshman, Terry Griffiths, former Masters champion.
Definitely good.
Mark Allen telling a referee, Desislava Botsilova, that the blue will definitely spot. And players are very, very good judges of this sort of thing.
49.
Well, I suppose the pot was very missable with the cue ball being so close to the blue. But he hasn't finished the right side of it. Needs a very good positional shot here. Oh, this is superb. What a great positional shot that was. Played it with top spin and a little bit of check side, just correct angle for the cue ball.
$55.
Well, Higgins does have problems now because Allen is starting to score. He hadn't made a half century till the last frame. He's now made another one. Looks like he's weathered the storm in this match as he attempts to kill this off in one visit. A couple more pots needed for a 5-3 lead. Remember, he was 3-1 down, struggling at the interval.
$63.
Could have lost all of the previous 3 frames. But here we are. This is for 5-3.
That should be good enough.
70.
The red below the pink will still cut into the left corner. There's a gap just to stun the cue ball through. And this is much better from Mark Allen.
71.
Playing his best snooker when he needs it most.
74.
Well, before the interval, he didn't make a 30 break, but here he is now with a chance for a century.
H1. H2.
And John Higgins really does have it all to do, not just because he's gone 5-3 down, but how it's happened. Allen now playing his best snooker of the afternoon.
89. 90. $97.
So he's made his move, and he's made it in style, and he needs this blue for a century.
$105. 108. 112.
He's really quickened up as well, taking these. It's his more sort of snooker, obviously, anyone likes to play. John Higgins, having been 3-1 up and had chances since then, now will have to win the last three to avoid what would be a 15th first-round defeat in 30 Masters appearances.
$123.
Okay, this is a new one. One, two, three from Mark Allen, by far the highest break of the afternoon. He's now won 4 on the spin and needs one more for victory. 5-3. Yeah, you can just see in the body language from Higgins how he feels. And as I said earlier, it's not that he can't play anymore. Far from it. Far from it. He's played some terrific snooker this season. He played some good stuff earlier on in this match, but it seems if something goes wrong, he struggles to recover. And then things magnify and get worse, and that's what's happened. And the other thing that's happened is Mark Allen's playing a lot better himself now. Last couple of frames, he's looked good. So John Higgins with it all to do. We've seen matches turn, of course, before, but it's going to have to be quite a dramatic turnaround, I think, here, because Allen's looking good. That's the problem Higgins has got. Allen has found his confidence. He's just made a century, and he's poised for victory. One more he needs. Higgins needs all 3.
Oh, he needs to win the 3 remaining frames.
Whenever you're ready, yeah.
Is he playing well enough to do it?
Thank you. Frame 9. Mark Allen to break.
$5-3, Mark Allen. And it could be a question of whether Higgins even gets a chance. He's not guaranteed to. Mark Allen won now to get it won. But he won't be taking it for granted yet. Yes, he's in the ascendancy, but he's got enormous respect for his opponent, quite rightly. He won't be taking liberties, that's for sure.
Just a look at the frame scores there, frame by frame, including the century there from Mark Allen in the previous frame at the end, that 100... Got what it was actually, Dave, but it was 123 points to 7, so a comprehensive victory in that frame for Mark Allen. Some of John Higgins' statistics in these last 3 or 4 frames will make for grim reading. Containing safety from John Higgins. Mark Allen could have considered the red to the right of the black as a possible option, but keeping it tight, keeping the pressure on John Higgins. That century break from Mark Allen in the previous frame was 123, just 11 away from a career milestone of 600 century breaks. Every chance he can complete that task by the end of this season.
Mark Allen 4.
It's often been said that John Higgins doesn't necessarily enjoy playing here at the Masters for one reason or another. I think those sentiments will change if he doesn't go on and win this match.
Strange, isn't it? Because he won what you could argue was the best ever final, that clearance he made against Ronnie, but it's been feast or famine, as I said right at the start. 5 finals, 2 titles, but also all the first round exits as well. Total points has narrowed at one stage. Higgins, and this was when the match was level, was over 200 in front. There's now 30 in it. It's great. Great shot at any stage, but particularly with what's happened. You can hear the warm applause for Higgins. There's plenty of people here hoping he's going to get back into this match.
Hit the wrong side of the black there. That's how badly he cued it.
John Higgins 1.
But again, it's another shot that had to go in because he knew he'd be on the next red.
Yes, it's that inconsistency, isn't it, that we spoke about earlier. Great red and then not a great black. 2 successive shots, completely different. And that, it must be so frustrating. But he's not been punished.
No, in Mark's defence, that was very tricky, queuing over the black that John was very fortunate to see Finished behind the cue ball there. Can't get past the blue to play safety down this right-hand side of the table, but a thin clip off one of the reds near the black spot could be the order of the day. Can you see the very edge of the red just above the black spot to the left? Played off the pack. This is looking very good if it can slide in behind the yellow.
A nice flick on the brown there just to send the white to the baulk cushion. As I said earlier, although the momentum, the running is with Allen, he hasn't won yet. He's lost enough close matches to John Higgins and others down the years to know you've got to get over the line, even when it looks like your opponent might be struggling. Doesn't mean that there won't be some late twist.
If John Higgins can clip off this red thin enough, he may be able to get the cue ball in behind the green here. Beautifully played, but I think Mark Allen should be able to just rest the cue ball either in the pack of reds or on one of the three reds towards his top cushion, which could be a bit more dangerous though. Well, it wasn't a snooker at all, but this might be. Oh, what a great effort. John completely mistimed that. Decelerated, didn't strike through the cue ball smoothly. That's just what tension and pressure does. But it could have finished a lot worse. It was a fantastic safety from John Higgins. I'm not entirely sure he intended to pot the red, but couldn't have played it better. So Mark Allen has a problem here. Got to try and rest that cue ball against those reds on the top cushion. The blue could be in his way a little here to come around the back of the yellow.
Just tuning in, this exchange here is kind of really what the match has been like. It's been attritional. Mark Allen did break free in the last frame with a century, but otherwise it's been hard-fought stuff, really. But Judd Trump was saying yesterday, and he's right, sometimes round one, you just want to get through. You haven't played yet. It's, you know, you're getting used to the atmosphere again. If you can get over the opening hurdle, then there's a chance to maybe start producing better snooker as the week goes on.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a beautiful kiss from cue ball to blue. Look where the cue ball's finished, tight on the baulk cushion. And John needs to be just a little careful that a ball doesn't finish near a corner pocket here. And he'll have to cue it very well, but if he can, there's always a chance of getting the cue ball back in behind the green.
So Mark Allen, he made a century in the last frame. It's 18 minutes now since he's potted a ball. So, the impasse broken. What can John Higgins do here? Blue's gone safe. Never helps.
Yes, the black's available, but the problem is, once it's respotted, it'll be surrounded by reds.
One. Three.
If John has to play the straighter red to the left corner, he'll have a little bit of work to do for good position. Was able to just avoid the cannon on the black. So the black will be out of commission shortly. Won't pot to the right corner, can't get onto it to the left corner. The red's all over it.
Eleven. $12.
If John could play for the red just above the black into the left corner, he may well be able to cannon the red to the right of the black out the way, and that would open the black up. Well, John did play for that red that I suggested, but he's overrun it, can pot it, but he can't bring the black into play. You can just see that other red try to make that cannon. He had to make the cannon. Pink was out of commission. This was a bonus to be on that red.
Yellow.
Oh, he was so close.
Well, he's got great spirit and great determination. John Higgins, he's trying to pull himself out of this hole. As I said at the start, once the blue's off its spot like that, it just doesn't help, especially obviously with the black covered as well. It's a real adventure just to keep going.
Do you know, he may be perfect on this red to cannon that red away from the black here. Oh, he's overcut it. He missed the cannon again anyway.
John Higgins, 19.
Yeah, some effort for not very much there. He's just got himself 17 in front, back in his chair.
The problem for Mark Allen here is that red near the left corner that John has just left there. Can't afford to leave that on.
Oh, it's a big shot. He saw the chance potentially to get it won there. Now, over to Higgins again. As I say, it was some effort on that last visit, but for not many points.
One.
If he's just off straight on the yellow, I wonder if he has the opportunity to play a direct screw back into the pink and red, just to make that pink more available. Don't know if the red next to the pink will pot.
Three.
Well, John has a chance here to play for the black. It's a missable pot, but he really does need that on its spot.
Four. Eleven. $12.
So Mark Allen went for a real do-or-die pot, and John Higgins with a good chance now to pull one back. Keep his hopes alive. Oh, that black wriggled in. I wasn't sure as it set off if that was going to drop.
19. $20. $27.
Done well, considering the context by which he's made this break.
34.
3-1 up, 5-3 down, struggling, but he needs this red to extend the match. We're not done yet.
35.
John Higgins, very much, he's not done yet. He's going to battle here as hard as he can. And I wonder the relevance of Mark Allen's recent poor record at this venue
42.
might. The Bear, he's not won a match here for 6 years, remember?
43.
Seems such a long time, doesn't it,
50.
since John Higgins won a frame. Took a 3-1 interval lead. This is his first frame since then.
$51.
Yeah, the imminent prospect of elimination has just changed something within him. Managed to keep better control during this break than some of the other chances he had, and he had quite a few from 3-1. He lost
58.
3 very close frames, all of which he could have won. And obviously, had he done, that would have been it. He'd have been in the quarters.
John Higgins,
Very good
50.
58 that from John Higgins to extend this match to at least one more frame. Next priority, try and force the decider. 5-4 to Allen. He needs 1, Higgins needs 2.
Thank you. Frame 10. John Higgins to break.
And suddenly it's half an hour since Mark Allen potted the ball in this.
Yes, Mark Allen didn't really have the opportunity to win the frame that would see him through to the finals. Just missed that one difficult red to the left-hand corner pocket. It wasn't really a chance. It was a half chance. But is he taking this one on? Can he cannon the red away from the black? No, just playing a safety shot. John Higgins is under all sorts of pressure as well as Mark Allen here to win this 10th frame and take us into a decider. So I expect this frame to be a rather nervy affair.
Yeah, and then what will the decider be like if we get to 5-5? Because right from frame 1, it's felt like every frame has been kind of a decider. Of course, we had the respot drama in frame 2. We had some steals from Allen later on.
John Higgins was hoping to cover the red that's near the green, but Mark Allen could play a safety off it, as you can see. A little surprised he chose to play that shot, in all honesty, because there is a red on here to the left centre that John could have a look at. If he can hold the cue ball where the red is, he'd be on the pink. But if he misses it, he'd certainly leave a half chance for his opponent.
One.
Well, now, are things changing back again? That was very confidently struck by John Higgins. He had that spell of fluency in frames 3 and 4. Off the back of losing on the respot in frame 2, he made 83, then 80.
7.
Now, if John pots the pink, I'm not sure if the pink spot is available now as a result of that plant. No, I think it's still occupied. Although it is going to be checked. Oh, maybe it will pot, spot rather. I don't know if that's good or bad for John Higgins. If the pink still pots to the left corner, it's probably okay.
$15. $20.
Just overscrewed that John Higgins. He would have liked to have been playing for the black next, I feel, but I don't think he will now.
$21.
Just beginning to run out of loose reds, John Higgins.
26.
If he leaves himself on the black, he could cannon the outer red of that group below the pink to leave himself on another to the left corner. I can't begin to tell you how poor a ball strike that was. Now, did John attempt to play for the pink there in the right centre by cannoning a red? Well, you can see what John thought of it.
John Higgins, 27.
Oh, this was a bit close for comfort. Mark Allen just been frozen out at the moment. It's now 38 minutes since he potted a ball. Yeah, this is the way it's turned round. Allen is going to have to create a chance of his own. Seems less likely now he's going to be handed one, which he was being earlier on, let's be honest.
Mark Allen would love to play a safety off this group of reds and bring a few into play. Wonder if he has a chance to here. Oh, where's this cue ball going to finish? Luckily the blue is hiding the possible red. That could be a very useful safety shot from Mark Allen. He's left John Higgins a chance at a red, but he certainly hasn't given John an easy safety shot, so he may be tempted by this red. Needs a bit of luck. Oh, the kiss could have done for John Higgins there. I think there's a gap through to it. But with the pink and black out of commission, he's got a lot of work to do to get onto a colour here.
One.
At least he's potted one. That was nearly 42 minutes since the last pot. Amazing. Now you look at the open reds there, you think, well, more likely than not he's going to land on one.
Yeah, full of cannon to that red. He'd have still been okay. Just needs to play a good safety here and block off this right-hand side of the table with the brown, because with that black and red together on the left-hand side, it could cause a problem for John Higgins' safety.
Mark Allen, 6.
Much too thick with the safety. Choice of 2 possible reds for John Higgins. But there's a lot of pressure on him right now. Even the game's all-time greats can suffer with nerves. Mark Allen's previous 2 safety shots have been very clever ones. He's brought the black into play, he's now brought the blue into play. And he has John Higgins nailed to that baulk cushion here. And if John can't see enough of this red on the right-hand side of the table, there's a difficult safety to play. Well, the red next to the pink is potable. There you can see, but Mark Allen doesn't fancy it, and that's probably because getting on the pink isn't easy. He'd have to just play it with a little bit of pace. But he's taken this one on instead, the straight red to the yellow pocket. Oh, goodness me, that was so close. Oh, that's very unfortunate. Red could have gone anywhere, but he stuck it up.
Yeah, so Higgins 21 in front, as we see this near miss again.
One.
Can John Higgins take us to the line? We had, of course, a thriller yesterday afternoon, Judd Trump and Karen Wilson. But Trump won on the black 6-5.
Eight.
He's got the one safe red, which
16.
the lead he's got is in his favour, just off that right-hand side cushion. So you couldn't really ask for a better chance than this to make it 5-5. John Higgins had a wobble mid-match, but he's got such experience, of course. He managed to just hold his head up.
$24. $25. $32. $33.
So that is effectively frame ball, and after 3 hours 37 minutes, it looks like we're set for a deciding frame
39.
finish. Higgins was by far the stronger at 3-1. Mark Allen
40.
was looking frankly the only winner at 5-3. John Higgins has won the last two, and it's got to be said, Allen's not made much of a dent in them, these two frames. The thing is, neither has good records in Masters deciders. Mark Allen's won only 1 out of 8, and that was against Higgins. And Higgins has won only 2 out of 9.
40.
And one of those was against Allen. The other one was that final with O'Sullivan. But someone's got to win.
I've always thought of Mark Allen as one of the best players I've seen for being brave
54.
and courageous in deciding frames, for taking difficult pots on and getting them. But he's a different player, it
55.
seems to me, these last couple of seasons, and I've no idea what to expect in this deciding frame, I have to say.
No, I mean, quite often the player who's come back goes favourite, but of course the difference for Higgins now is the
61.
next frame's his first chance to actually win. So they're both under pressure. It's been hard-fought stuff all afternoon. It's all going to come down to a final frame shootout. John Higgins has done what he had to do, and that's win 2 on the spin to take us to the line. So who is going to prevail? We're about to find out. Mark Allen 5, John Higgins 5. As we await the deciding frame finish between Mark Allen and John Higgins. These are the results. As I say, it's the second match yesterday. Of course, Sir Jack Lazowski will play Sean Murphy, Ronnie O'Sullivan to play Barry Hawkins, Judd Trump to play Ali Carter. Tonight, Mark Selby, Robert Milkins completes round 1. Fascinating battle. It's been hard fought. There have been mistakes, yes. There's been drama. We had the respot, we had a century. What are we going to get in the decider? Will it be one of these scratchy, close affairs that goes down to the colours? Will either one of them take a grip on it early on? Well, we're finding out. John Higgins first back into the arena. Delighted the match is still going, with a chance still to win it. Remember, the only decider Mark Allen's ever won at the Masters was against this man. He's played 8, he's only won 1, and that was against Higgins back in 2017. And Higgins only won 2, and one of those was against Mark Allen. That's out of 9 played. But there was a certain purpose to his stroll back into the arena there, wasn't it? Because this match could have been done.
Whenever you play a deciding frame, you just hope for one opportunity, and if you don't take it, at least you can say, well, I had my chance and it wasn't to be. I didn't do anything with it. But, you know, the way this match has gone in this particular deciding frame, with all the tensions and pressures out there, Whether either of these players can win the frame in one visit, I've no idea.
So, the handshake before the deciding frame. The crowd have been with them all afternoon. It's been dramatic. The quality has varied, but you can't beat a deciding frame finish. It's going to be Mark Allen to get us underway. Remember, he trailed 3-1. He led 5-3. It's all on this one.
John Higgins bounding around the table. He has a chance at a long red. Just look at this capacity audience here, just completely enthralled with this match. Oh, that was a good effort. Mark Allen would have been very anxious there. Wasn't the best break-off. Now, does this red that's next to the blue pot? If it does, what a chance for Mark Allen.
It's a good attempt, wasn't it? But didn't find its target.
I think that just goes, you know. And because the cue ball is right behind the red, well, I think Mark Allen might be tempted by it, but if it doesn't go in, well, it could be costly. Oh, he's not taking it on, it seems. It was too tight.
These are the margins, aren't they? You know, we saw the opposite yesterday with Trump having that gap through to the red over the middle in the decider that led to the clearance.
He couldn't do much more, really, Mark Allen. I wonder if this might be a re-rack, actually. Now with that red over the yellow pocket, too risky to play a safety into bulk. Not sure John will like that safety. Mark Allen could play this red to the left centre. Cube will be running up towards the green, and he wouldn't leave a whole lot on. The longer Mark Allen thinks about this red to the left centre, well, let's just say it's not going to get any easier. Perhaps he won't take it on at all, but there isn't a particularly worthwhile safety shot to be played here. just so hard to keep yourself together. Focus, concentrate. Cue straight. Now, another chance here for Mark Allen, perhaps at a red to the right centre. Risky, though. Oh, beautiful. Stayed so calm, cued it beautifully. What a pot that was from Mark Allen under the most intense pressure imaginable. Brilliant.
Six.
So let's see how far Mark Allen gets here in this deciding frame. All eyes on him. What a situation. This big tournament. He's not won a match, remember, here for 6 years. Since he won the title in 2018. He's been put through it today. Struggled early on to find his game. Did seem to find it to lead 5-3. He made a century in that 8th frame. Made very little impact on the next two, but he is in with a good chance early on here to certainly build up a nice lead.
One shot that Mark Allen could play,
40.
as if it went right, could really open the door for him here for a big break, is to somehow cannon the two outer reds of that pack there as we see them, because that would bring reds into play for the left corner, plus push a couple more into open play, the centre pockets and the right corner. But he needs to be the other side of the black to be able to play that. Doesn't need to worry about that
50.
just yet, though. But he has an angle here to screw into them if he wants to. And because the reds aren't particularly tightly bunched, they should open well. That's if he wants to play it.
$22. $23.
Oh, is he on a red?
27.
He couldn't have played that a lot better, in all honesty. Oh, he is on the red to the corner. The problem is he's going to cannon the red just above it so fully, he may not get position on a colour. Still hope for John Higgins here. Wow. Mark Allen will be delighted with the outcome there. Very awkward cueing, bridging heavily over that red.
So this is a good chance now, you feel, to get this one. And it's just underlining he's becoming hard to beat, Alan, even if he's not at his best. As a match player, he's become very, very tough.
36.
A cleverly played cannon.
43.
John Higgins' hopes of a quarter-final berth diminishing rapidly.
Yeah, it's out of his hands, and that's the difficult thing. He's having to sit there and just hope something goes wrong. He was in control, it seemed, at 3-1. He did have chances in the next 3 frames. He lost them all. Then Alan made the century. Back came Higgins with 2 good frames. Took on that long red at the start of this frame, didn't get it.
$51. Yeah. Sure.
Not that much more to do, but anything is missable, particularly under the pressure that they've really been under right from the start. This match, right from frame 1, early on, felt tense. That's never gone away.
$52.
He's just so measured around the table, it's difficult to see a mistake coming. His reds now, they're on cushion rails, are becoming of benefit to Mark Allen with the lead he's amassing.
59.
Well, certainly if you can win a match this tense in one visit, ultimately in the decider, then that will send you into the quarterfinals feeling really good, even though performance hasn't been top-notch all day. It's about killing it off. It's about winning it, ultimately. And he's 2 balls away now.
65.
From securing it. Red and a colour needed. Crowd don't expect him to miss the blue. They're already applauding. Great effort this from Alan in the end. Just needed the one chance in the decider. So John Higgins making a record 30th appearance.
71.
Suffers a record 15th opening round defeat.
72.
Well, I've remarked before on the courage and bravery that this man has, Mark Allen, under pressure in deciding frames. He's shown us why yet again.
80.
All the pressure releasing, the only question, can he now make the century
86.
to win it? The red doesn't drop, but victory is his. What a battle between these 2 great players. John Higgins led 3-1. Mark Allen led 5-3. He was put under pressure, but he responded superbly in the decider. A break of 86. It's Mark Allen into